Hello, everyone. Welcome to Lockbeard Random Live number 35. Star Trek Voyager. Kess. Um, today is December 6th, 2021. Maybe we don't got anyone in chat yet, but this may not be a subject that interests a lot of the people that normally come in here, but surely some of them watched Star Trek Voyager, and I was going to talk about it a little bit. Here's some people: Danny Stanton, welcome, and Michael Haywood, welcome too. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that show or not. It it started back in the 90s. Star Trek Voyager did. It ran from about 95 to 2001. A continuation of, was an offshoot of the Star Trek franchise. Pretty interesting stuff. At least I thought it was. I was always a Trekkie. And so, anyway, Danny says, love it, I'm a Trekkie. Awesome. I thought there might be some Trekkies in this community. Star Trek Voyagers, the stuff that I kind of work on here and there, just I don't know, it's just something I do. Trying to construct as a Star Trek story. It's a series idea, and a lot of it has to do with Voyager and Next Generation, and there's some DS9 in there, and so anyway, I really haven't completed the idea of how Kess comes into play, but I think if anyone ever does get a chance, because I haven't got anything that you can just, it isn't written out as a full-fledged script, any of it, which it would be a series of scripts, because I'm just constructing stuff and writing stuff for a whole bunch of episodes of a Star Trek series. And anyway, so if anyone ever gets a chance to see any of it, don't ask, because there's nothing concrete to someone can just read it. It isn't like a book or anything. But if anyone ever does see any of my material, they'll be like, yeah, Kess, it just makes sense that Kess has to come into play because of what happens, or what this series is about. What my series idea is about. The main character, of course, is Jean-Luc Picard. And unfortunately, with what they do with the Picard series now, I'm in a different timeline. I'm in a different timeline. Which was going to happen anyway, because they screwed it up. And they already screwed it up anyway. So this idea was already to be a different timeline. So the events of Picard of the series Picard don't matter for this. But anyway, Cass. So Cass was a character introduced in the first episode of the first series, and she was removed in the second episode of the fourth season. And that episode was called The Gift. But so what had happened was, let me check chat. Danny says nothing better than a 7 of 9. Yeah. One thing I didn't like about when 7 and 9 come in is they didn't just go ahead and start calling her freaking Annika. This calling her 7 and 7 of 9, I thought was just ridiculous. I'm sure somebody thought it was cool. Yeah, we're gonna always refer to her by her Borg designation. No, you're trying to make her human, so everyone just start calling her Annika, and she'll answer to it. You know, it might help her memory come back if she's, you know, it appeared that her memory is kind of fragmented. So, boom players, says Polly T. Welcome, Polly. Good evening to you. Danny is dirty. Danny's dirty. You must know what 7 and 9 is. You know, I kind of wonder, like, because if you've seen a picture of what the actress came to look like, I mean, she was very beautiful when she was in the series. Time was not kind. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't really want to. I don't want to show that picture. You can look it up. So, so what I'm getting at is I'm wondering if it was getting harder. It was starting to get hard for the makeup people to keep her presentable enough for Star Trek, and it looked to me like we're swapping out our one hot blonde for a hotter hot blonde. You know, so I think a lot of people will agree that 7 of 9 was most men feel the 7 of 9 was better looking. Polly T says Dirty Dan was hard for sure when he was watching Star Trek Voyager season 4 and after. Yeah, probably so. I think a lot of people were. They made sure and keep her in a tight costume. Cass wasn't being presented as a sex symbol near as much as 7 of 9 was. You know, like she was already in a relationship with Neelix, and so it isn't. You know, I don't know. That kind of, I think that matters when you're, you know, trying to make a sex symbol out of one of your characters. Danny says the other phone died. Uh-oh. Skin tight, all right, Polly says. Yeah. You go back, and if you go back and watch the last episode, I think, of season 3, when like 7 was still, you know, she was full on Borg, but man, she, even though she's all pink gray and everything, you know, she was showing a little bit of skin down there below the midriff a little bit, and you know, she wasn't fully clothed. If you weren't paying attention, she wasn't she wasn't completely covered. Dan says, my brother has some old porns with Kess in them. Really? Holy shit. Um, I almost want to see that. That's interesting. Paulie T says, no shame in my game. So, so here's the thing with Kess, and like, when her species in Star Trek only live, they're called the Ocampa, and they only live 9 years, right? So, that means they grow up fast. So she is a full adult, appearing as a full adult in the show was actually, she was only 2 years old, which you think would be weird, would feel kind of weird, um, for humans, like this is a 2 year old, if they were interested in dating her. And what was really weird, I thought, what episode? Someone might have to help me with what episode. I'm trying to remember the name. I'll be able to figure it out here in a second. Hold on. That's not it. Was it Blood Fever? Surely not, because I think that was something else was going on in that one. Yeah, that was the one where the Pon Far. I'd like to be able to say the name of this freaking episode. It wasn't that one. Shoot. Yeah, it's got to be Remember. It's got to be the episode called Remember, but let me make sure. Nope, that's not it either. Dang it. Why can't I remember the name of this freaking episode? It's the one where Kess was traveling backwards in time. If anyone knows. Was it Before and After? Yes, that was the one. It was an episode called Before and After. Anyway, so what am I getting at here? So Kess is only 2 years old when she first was introduced in the series. Anyway, and Before and After, something happens to her where she ends up, her consciousness keeps going. It starts out when she's almost dead, and then she's traveling back in time. She's skipping to different time periods, going back in time. So when she starts out in the end, she meets her people she doesn't remember, right? But she meets her kids and her grandkids. Well, Tom Paris apparently in that future had married Kess. They had a daughter who, being half Ocampa, grew up really fast, but that daughter married Harry Kim. Well, Harry Kim has been here in the series the entire time. So he was best friends with Tom Paris. So this is Tom Paris's daughter, who he surely was there when she was born and saw her grow up, and then he ends up marrying her. You would think that's a little isn't that a little creepy? Of course, Harry Kim always was fooling around with, just he was just picking the wrong chicks, man. And Tom told him that at some point. But so, how was Tom okay with Harry Kim marrying his daughter? I don't know. Who Harry Kim is like literally decades older than her, and watched her be born and watched her grow up. Harry Kim, you're kind of creepy, dude. Harry Kim fell in love with a hologram, although it wasn't really. It was a holographic image being controlled by an alien woman, but still. He got interested in Seven of Nine when she first started out on the series, which again I feel like is kind of weird because she was assimilated as a little girl. So in some ways, I see her psychologically, she's a little girl still. She didn't actually grow up normally. She got her mind taken over and controlled by the Borg since she was a little girl. So they're essentially, you would think Captain Jamie would say, look, men on this ship, just don't. We're she's a grown woman, but we're kind of raising her right now. She's still a little girl in some ways. And you see that a few episodes, like two or three episodes after she enters the series, she starts having these flashbacks and memories, and she starts talking, she's crying out daddy and stuff like that. She's still a little girl in her head. Harry Kim, get the fuck away from 7 and 9, dude. Just give it some time. But anyway, we're supposed to be talking about Kess, damn it. Polly says, I'd reproduce them. No C. Hey, Prairie Fire, welcome to the chat. Let's see. Dan says, on the Google Jennifer Lean porn up. Dude, it's going to give me a virus. Should I pull it on screen here? No, I'm not going to do that. Dan, watch if you dare. I don't know if I dare, man. This must have been before she played a 2-year-old on Star Trek. Uncle Bone says, hello, Lockbeard, too many shows on. Well, I don't, yeah. I'm at, there's, I think, there's some other ones on. This isn't cryptid or paranormal oriented necessarily. Although when talking about my Star Trek series idea, there's some of that in there. Like Bigfoot's involved. I get Bigfoot into Star Trek in a way that most people may not expect. You're like, how the fuck? You're probably wondering, how in the hell is people from Voyager and Star Trek Next Generation involved in this, and then you got Bigfoot too? Well, all I can say is call up the studio and say, look, you guys got to give this guy you got to hire this guy to write the Star Trek series. So I want to see this shit. This is going to be wild. And it will be wild. And I bet it'd be the best Star Trek series ever. If I do say so myself. Dan says, so just say it's Harry is a pedophile. Perhaps. I'm surprised he didn't date Naomi Wildman, man. Before it was over with. I'm waiting on Jeff tonight. Is Jeff coming on tonight? I don't know. I don't even know. Like, does he have a regular schedule or what he's doing? Prairie Fire says, I noticed, but then we know the aliens control Hollywood. Yeah, probably so. Central Florida Bigfoot says, I made it. Oh, thanks for dropping by, man. I mean, it's not paranormal oriented or cryptid oriented, but welcome to the chat. Um, I mean, I'll be referring to my Star Trek series idea and stuff, and I don't want to give away how Bigfoot is involved in it, but Bigfoot is involved as there's characters, multiple Sasquatch characters that I put in as part of the story. He's got Pat on. Oh, Jeff does? Awesome. What time? I have no idea what's going on with Pine Island. That's cool. I need a break, he says. Awesome. Jeff Harding first show tonight at 8. Well, then we shall endeavor to get the hell off of here by 8. Because, yeah. Sounds like a plan. You're talking about 7 o'clock my time. Oh man, shoot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be like 45 minutes late, I guess. Sometimes I forget people are in different time zones. Yeah, I will. I was trying to figure out how to talk about Voyager. On here, and hopefully get some people who know the show really well. Maybe they can throw out some ideas without giving away too much about what I don't know how long I've been doing this, like playing around with the idea for a Star Trek series. I kind of want to I need to get to a point where I get it, protected. The series idea itself protected before I give away too much about what it's really about. But it has a lot to do with Voyager and the main character is, of course, Jean-Luc Picard. It takes place in a different timeline than what the Picard series is in, because screw that piece of crap. Data is in it, and he's a major character, although there's going to be something important different about him. Q has a very small role. Well, it's not really small because it kind of relies on certain things about the series. Certain things about the story rely on what he does in the very beginning. He does something important, but I'm not going to say what it is. 8 p.m. Eastern. Awesome. Pine Island Research at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, my time. I won't blame anybody who ducks out in 23 minutes. So, Cass, if you remember the pilot of the series, the pilot episode of the series, they the what happens is this alien, this powerful alien called the Caretaker, is dying, and he wants somebody that is capable of replacing him on his station, where he provides like energy to the Okampa people. Which is what Kess is. Kess is in Okampa, and he considers them children. They don't really have much in a way of an ability to take care of themselves because they've never really had to. Some of them do a little bit, but they live underground. There's these other aliens that are, a problem for them. And so what the Caretaker does is he is using whatever his technology or power is. I'm not really sure. I don't think they really, I think they did say exactly what it was, but, or something. They kind of said what it was. He's sucking ships out of places at vast distances across the galaxy to him, and then examining the people to see if they are genetically compatible with him so that he can produce an offspring with them, I guess, that can take over his role of taking care of the Okampa. The writing, okay, the writing kind of sucks. They really kind of bend over backwards to make the story happen. There's just things in it that just like it wasn't a well constructed story. I'm not going to even remotely. I'm not praising the series writing in many respects, but so Voyager's trying to figure out what to do. They need to get home. If it's going to take them, I think they said 75 years with their normal warp drive to get home, unless they can convince the Caretaker to send them home. But the Caretaker keeps saying there's no time. He don't have time. I don't know what he's talking about. How does he not have time? It's not really explained why he can't. All he says is he doesn't have time. Doesn't make any sense. Again, it's like they needed to develop a reasonable, something reasonable that explains why the Caretaker can't send them back. If he can grab people and suck them in, why can't you send them back? Yes, you're dying, but he was still alive for quite some time there. Why couldn't he send them back? So Voyager meets up at some point with this alien named Neelix, and then Neelix kind of misleads Voyager in order to save his girlfriend, who is Kess, who is an Okampa, and she's been captured by the bad aliens in the area who are named the Kazon. So anyway, by the end of the pilot, the Caretaker dies. Voyager destroys the Caretaker station because to keep it from falling in the hands of bad aliens, and instead of trying to use it to get home, which means so now this results in some strife on the ship, because there was another ship pulled in with these outlaws from back home called the Maquis, and they have been taken on board the ship. And so there's for a while there is some strife there, because, and even from some of the Starfleet crew who are mad that Captain Janeway in their eyes, stranded them in the Delta Quadrant, 75 years from home. And they end up taking on the Maquis on the ship, and Neelix and Kes. So, second episode, they get stuck in a quantum singularity, and it's not really, it's not really about Kes. It's about B'Elanna Torres, and she's a Maquis, and she ends up becoming the new chief engineer. The third episode, that was Parallax. The fourth episode, because the pilot was a two-parter. Time and again, they end up investigating this planet, and that got destroyed because of this technology they were using. And Janeway and Paris get sucked back in time. Anyway, this is where you start to see Kes's psychic power. She senses everyone on the planet dying in that episode, and but they end up figuring out that they caused it. They caused the disaster. It didn't just happen, and it's just there's a bunch of. This is a time travel one, and the time travel is just so wonky in this series. It's crazy. It just doesn't. I hate time travel in shows, and like they rely too much on it too. They rely too much on it to make certain shit happen, and it's just ridiculousness. There's nothing plausible about time travel. Sorry, I'm sure some people love time travel, but it just sucks. Episode 5 was called Phage. That's where they meet the Vidians, who have a plague, and they keep stealing organs, and they steal Kes's boyfriend Neelix. They steal his lungs, and then Kes ends up donating one of her lungs to replace Neelix's lungs. So Neelix has one of Kes's lungs. Episode 6 is called The Cloud. They go in a nebula, find out it's a living organism. They accidentally damage it, and of course, them being Starfleet, they wanna help this creature, and they do. They help it repair itself. It's not a Kes-oriented episode, but explores the idea of different kinds of very strange other life out there. Let me check the chat here. Got Australia in the house. Mark Dodman still not in the concentration camp. Good to see. Sorry, Mark. Dan says, I just rewatched the entire Voyager series in June when BBC showed them all. I'm watching the original series now every Saturday night at 11 on MeTV. Awesome, man. I've tried, the original series was just so. I know a lot of people love the original series, but you can't work with that it was just so ridiculous. They tried to work in occasionally. They try to tie in some stuff with the original series in the other series, but even DS9, where they went back in time and they were on the ship at the time of the, like, I think it was the Trouble with Tribbles episode. They were somehow worked them in and like used movie magic to put the DS9 characters on screen with the original series characters. So I mean, they did a pretty good job of making that work, but it's just, I don't know what I can use from the original series. I'm still thinking about it. I don't know. I know a lot of hardcore Star Trek fans would, you know, if I did something really good, some real good tie-in, and they, you know, some really hardcore Trek fans would nut themselves. Hello, Jen. Welcome to the chat. Mark Doma says, opening up across most states down here now, Lockbeard. About bloody time. Awesome. What about for people who haven't taken the injection, though? What's happening to them? Yeah. Of course, your media down there isn't telling you, but you kind of got to find that out, you know, from the people. You know, I think a lot of people down there are not aware of some very dark things going on. Still being sorted, that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So, what's next? I don't think Cass had any kind of huge role in episode 6, The Cloud. Episode 7, Series 1, Episode 7 was called Eye of the Needle. And they discover a micro wormhole in that episode. It's real small, and it was pretty good twist in that one, because they end up communicating with this Romulan, and they're trying to negotiate with him to because they could transmit messages to him, and then he can, you know, he could convey them to the families of the people on Voyager into Starfleet Command. But he's a Romulan, and Romulans are on friendly terms with the Federation, and so he's suspicious of them, and they end up figuring out how to get a transporter being through. So they are able to actually transport him to their ship through the micro wormhole, which now they have. So they have a hope of being able to transport to his ship and just abandon Voyager and the Delta Quadrant. And at least now, even though they'd be in the hands of the Romulans if they did that, they would be back in the Alpha Quadrant. But turns out that the wormhole doesn't just travel across space, it travels across time. It goes 20 years into the past. So, you know, they can't just go 20 years in the past. That wouldn't work either. And so that was the twist, that when they get him on board the ship. There was one thing I would have done. It would have been horrible. But see, so they end up they just beam him back to his ship, and with the hopes that he will in 20 years he would transmit their messages for them in 20 years, and then so to let their families and let Starfleet know that they are alive, because nobody back in Alpha Quadrant knows they're alive. But of course, they discovered that he had died before the 20 years in their like four years before in their records. But I mean, that was a good enough conclusion. But I would have probably, if it was me writing it, the Romulan would have died during the transport back. Pretty rough, I know. Again, that's not a Cass episode, though. I talked too much about it. Episode 8 was ex post facto. Tom Paris gets convicted of a murder. Of course, he didn't do it. Not a Cass episode, though. Emanations was episode 9. Harry Kim transported to an alien world at the same time as a dead woman's body arrives on Voyager. Again, not Cass oriented. So their episode 10 was Prime Factors. But again, there was hope to be transported home, but it didn't happen. Episode 11, State of Flux, had to do with a spy sending information to the Kazon. Trying to remember which ones had anything with Cass talking about her abilities and stuff, but probably skip ahead to probably Elogium. Where there were some aliens and they somehow affected Cass. Some space dwelling life forms made her enter into, basically she went into heat. It's called the Elogium. It's their phase. They go into the Elogium phase, and it's when they can become impregnated, and it only happens once in their life. And so she's alarmed because it's happening early for her. She's too young, and Neelix is not sure if he wants a kid, and so that creates a little bit of strife between them. But anyway, she it gets resolved. She does not get pregnant. It was an excellent opportunity because there's some issues in the series with Cass is friendly with Tom Paris and Neelix is jealous, and Tom Paris does have some interest in her, but he would never, he wouldn't do it. But there was certainly an opportunity here for them to really create some drama, and maybe they discover that Neelix's species is totally incompatible with hers for breeding, and she needs a child. And you know, Tom Paris, you're up. You know, they could have done that. I don't know that I would have done that, but you know, um, let's see. It was a couple episodes later where Neelix and Tom actually fight over Cass because of Neelix's jealousy. Of course, and Cass was pissed off about it, but she got over that. Let me check the chat here. All right, Uncle Bones. Well, I'll be over there in a little while. I need to get to a certain point with her story. Let's see here. Was what happened with, I don't remember. There was episode 8 in season 2 called Persistence of Vision. They had issues with these people called the Botha, and anyway, there was a battle at some point, and people see, like, they're seeing their they see different people. Everyone sees someone different on the view screen. And you, like, if you had a wife back home, you would see your wife, okay? But they had the ability to make people see who, so that they could try to control the situation. These Botha aliens did, but Kes and the Doctor, it didn't affect them. And and again, this is kind of looking into, she's psychic. She has the ability to block their psychic abilities to an extent. They almost affect her, but she overcomes them. And she turns it around on them, and Kes saves everyone. So we're starting to see in the series that she is okay. Yeah, the caretaker called the Ocampa these children, and there's, like, you'll see later that there's rumors that they they meet some that live to be 40 or more, and powerful psychic abilities. So we're starting to see that she's much more. She's a very powerful uh, psychic being. Um, so what next? Well, it's like 2 episodes later, Cold Fire, episode 10 in season 2. This is where, because the caretaker had a female. I don't know if, I guess she was his mate, who had left, and apparently they find her, and she's with some other Ocampans, who these are the ones that live past 40 and have tremendous mental capabilities. And so that episode's all about it's all about Cass. They figure out that the female counterpart of the caretaker is there, because they still have the caretaker was, when he died, like shrunk down into this stone, and the stone started reacting to the presence of the living individual. The female caretaker, and so they end up meeting these Ocampans, and they're not entirely friendly. They call the female caretaker Suspiria, and she's under the impression that the Voyager crew killed her mate, and so Suspiria attacks them, and I guess he's like a leader of the Ocampans that are, I don't know if they're worshippers of Suspiria or what, but anyway, this guy has been training Cass to use some of her telekinetic powers, and I think this is the episode where she accidentally harms Tuvok, but she in the end of the episode, when she figures out that Suspiria wants to destroy the crew, Cass attacks the Ocampan guy Tanis with her telekinetic powers, and overcomes him, and they manage to stop Suspiria, and they use a toxin on her. They figured out a toxin that could harm her, but they let them leave, and they go on. So Cass was pretty important to helping them in that episode. Their psychic powers were important. What was another next one that was a Kess oriented? The Kazon. I didn't like the Kazon. I mean, for starters, what the hell is that on their head? Um, so these next episodes, like the Kazon one, and then um, Tuvok and B'Elanna get captured, and they find that stupid robot thing, and you knew it was going to go wrong. Every time they, and I kind of understand what some of the crew are saying. Why are we stopping to investigate every freaking thing? Let's just go home. And they stop and they get involved with stuff, and then it ends up biting them in the ass. I kind of, it seems like almost every damn time. They should just left that robot drifting, man, and kept on going. But they try to form an alliance with the Kazon. The Transwarp episode. That episode is kind of stupid in a way, but I still use it for something in my story. There's something important in that. It involves this episode and another Voyager episode kind of together. Somehow I want to put them together. The only problem is the distance. There's distance issues that may or may not be an issue, but I don't think it's an issue. But it could be, because I kind of need someone who I need to find like a map of the course that Voyager followed, like where they traveled, because they had to, they couldn't drive, they couldn't just go in a straight line. They ran into all kinds of problems. So then what happened in that series, in that season? The Dreadnought. There was the meld with Suitor, which messed up Tuvok. There was the Dreadnought episode. There was the Q. They end up having some Q issues, which they have more in the future in the series. More Vidians. Neelix figures out who the traitor is. More Vidians. Tuvok hanging out with kids that weren't kids. That was kind of weird. There was the Thaw. Not much Kess in that one either. But pretty interesting episode. An AI oriented kind of thing. It was pretty interesting. So then there's episode 2 VIX, which again, how this works, the plausibility of what happens is just not there. If it's a matter energy transport, if you've seen the episode, I think you know what I'm talking about, but it kind of doesn't make any sense. So this is where Tuvok and Neelix gets merged into one being, and then course, Neelix is Kess's boyfriend, so this creates some issues between them, and so this new entity named Tuvix has the memories of both, and he still loves Kess, and this is a rough ending episode, though. Kess is pretty emotionally distraught. She wants Neelix back, but in order to get Neelix back, they figure it out eventually. But by the time they figure it out, some time's passed, and this person, this Tuvix person, this combination person, he wants to live, and they straight up march him to his execution. It's a rough ending. Because they want to restore Tuvok and Neelix, and of course the procedure to separate them again, the doctor refuses, because in his mind, he's a doctor, he do no harm, and in his mind, he would be harming the person named Tuvix in order to restore Tuvok and Neelix. But yeah, that was a rough episode. There was an episode, the next episode, there was a Janeway and Chakotay episode, and where they had the potential to create a romance between the two, and then they just kind of didn't. I mean, they did briefly in the episode. It seemed like they were going there, and then when they got back, they just didn't do it. And then the final episode of season 2, the Seska, who's been hanging out with the Kazon, and they take over the ship. And so season 3, episode 1 it's a second part, because they ended. It was a cliffhanger. The one where the Kazon took over the ship was a cliffhanger, so they started the third season concluding that. And when's the next one that really has much to do with Cass? I mean, she's always around, and you're seeing that she's been studying with Tuvok and stuff, trying to learn her mental abilities and control her powers. Let me check the chat real quick. Bigfoot Anons drop by. Welcome. Hyveless is here. He says he's double dipping. Welcome, Hyveless. Uncle Bones has checked out to go over to Pine Island, who started about 16 minutes ago. I didn't realize I might not have started live if I'd known that. But I'm going to try and wrap this up in about 30 minutes and still end up over there and try to catch up on 2x speed if I can. Apparently he's got Pat on from Squash Talk. If you guys are Voyager fans and have anything significant to say about the character of Kess, feel free to chime in. I'm into season 3 now, so there's not much time left for Kess in the series. There's well, where was I at the beginning of season 3? You had flashback with Tuvok, the shoot with Paris and Kim, wrongfully accused of a crime. Paris is always getting wrongfully accused for crimes, man. The swarm, there's a swarm of ships, blah blah blah, hostile aliens. The Doctor has some problems. Cass is, and she's involved and stuff, but there's not. It's not a major episode for her. False prophets actually kind of calls back to an episode of Next Generation. Has some Ferengi in it who got sucked into the Delta Quadrant. Episode 6 in season 3 is Remember. It's B'Elanna, and she's being affected by a psychic with dreams. So finally, season 3, episode 7, an episode called Sacred Ground. Kes goes into a coma. Where she goes into this like a shrine. Anyway, it's kind of like this thing where it's really about Janeway, because she's trying to save Cass. Cass is in a coma, and Janeway, and she's supposed to die, and Janeway goes through these challenges to save her, and then at the end, Janeway thinks she really has it. They kind of leave it looking like Janeway thinks she had a real religious experience, while the Doctor and them are explaining it as a scientific thing. They figured out the science of it, but because of the experience Janeway went through, whatever. But it doesn't really pertain. Again, Kes was in a coma the whole time. She stumbled into this like shrine and almost got killed. There was then a 2-parter episode. It was not Kes centric really. But then there was it was 2 episodes. Futures End, episodes 8 and 9, and then episode 10 was called Warlord, where Cass gets an alien consciousness takes control of her, but she's a powerful psychic, so she ends up fighting this guy off. Even when he was in control, like he would see a plant and he was interested in the plant, and he would say things that she would say, and he couldn't defeat her. So they just keep revisiting this issue with her, that she's this powerful psychic, and she just she ends up being way more powerful than anyone can imagine. and in the end, um, her relationship with everybody is changed. Um, with Neelix included. So you know, it's this is leading up to her leaving the ship. It all leads up to that. She's not. She's not. She's not. She's just going to be gone at some point, very soon. So what's the next episode? That's there's one the Q Civil War. The viral outbreak. Neelix does something bad in fair trade, and he's starting. They're getting so far away from where him and Kes came from that he's starting to feel like his usefulness may be gone, and so that ends up getting him into some trouble with Janeway. But she doesn't put him off the ship. He thinks she's going to put him off the ship, and but she's like, no, you're not getting it that easy. You're going to be, I don't know what she having. You're going to be scrubbing plasma conduits or something like that. I think it was the next episode where alter ego, where our weirdo Harry Kim falls for the hologram. And even it seemed like Tuvok was falling for her in a way. Then there was a time loop episode. Again, the time travel. They end the series with the time travel bullshit too, but that's where my series comes in, and we end up with a different timeline. Then there was Blood Fever, and then Unity. Chakotay gets brainwashed. That episode, I want to somehow put that in somehow, but there's some hurdles to overcome to make it work. But it's something. There's something that happens as a result of that episode. Years later with Chakotay. The Doctor, next episode of Darkling, the Doctor fiddles with his program and creates an evil alter ego. When's the next one? That is a cast series. Is the one where, I mean, Neelix. There's always this issue with Neelix to me, and then in the next in episode 19 is called Rise, and Neelix, he's just never 100% honest, and I thought that a few episodes earlier, well, which one was that? Anyway, I thought Neelix had learned his lesson. Like, you just always be honest, and he he was still not being 100% honest when he was telling Tuvok he'd worked on these it's a space elevator is what it is, and but it turned out he'd only worked on models, but he still was able to make shit happen. It's just like just tell the damn truth, Neelix. Come on. Then there was a Harry Kim episode. Then episode 21, before and after. And Kes, something happens to her, and it makes her consciousness travel back in time, and it just keeps jumping periods of time, and that's where Harry Kim, hooks up with, her daughter, and it's just I don't know, it was just kind of weird. I just was like, how in the hell, damn it, Harry. But they ended up, I'm not sure how it was. I mean, because they put her into the device to stop her from jumping back in time, but then she keeps jumping back in time anyway, and then she comes back to that point in time. So I don't know. I would have thought she would have just stopped, but somehow she got drawn back. It doesn't really. It's not. It's kind of a time travel episode, I guess. It's not really about her psychic powers, though. So then there's the Doctor creates a holodeck family. That was just, I don't know. They let the Doctor, like, not really want to harp on the Doctor too much in this, but they need to be more. Everyone needs to be more involved with helping the Doctor learn what it's like to be a person, because he keeps screwing stuff up, and he just needs he needs help. I mean, Kes is like pretty close with him, but she doesn't seem to. What word am I looking for? She seems kind of a little bit aloof about it a lot of the time. I feel like she should try to do more, and other people should do more. But so the next episode was Distant Origin. That wasn't Kes oriented. It was about the dinosaurs, which they come into play in the series that I kind of am playing with making. They do come into play, and because something happens, and I don't want to give that away, that brings them back into brings their interaction with Voyager back into relevance, and then they interact with Picard, and Data, and the rest of the people at some point. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a good idea, that some species of dinosaurs evolved, but it's just like all the aliens in Star Trek, most of them anyway. They end up looking just like a human with, in a suit. Why would a dinosaur be shaped pretty much like a human? There's no reason for that to happen. But, and then when they do the extrapolation in the holodeck, so the computer turns that look just like a dinosaur from the bones we dug out of the ground, and it turns into this humanoid thing. Well, how's the computer extrapolating that the dinosaur might evolve into this humanoid looking thing. It just don't make any sense. But it's part of canon now, right? Then there's an episode where all the crew get kidnapped and put in an artificial environment. Then there's the episode with the mock. It's a holodeck. They find a holodeck program involving a Maquis mutiny. Then there's Scorpion Part 1, which is the end of the third season, and then Part 2, which is the beginning of season 4. And the introduction of 7 of 9 and all that stuff. And so then is this is the end for Kess for a long time. Is episode 2, season 4, The Gift, where Kess's powers start to kind of get out of control. She's, she's sitting there with Tuvok and saying, she's like seeing both, like down to the subatomic scale, and she says, I see it now. I see beyond. Like, she sees things smaller than atoms or smaller than subatomic particles, and Tuvok's like, there's nothing beyond the subatomic, or I don't remember how he worded it, but something like that. And she's like, there is. I see it, and reality starts destabilizing. Anyway, she's starting to undergo some kind of transformation, and it's damaging to the ship and dangerous to everyone around her. And this is almost it's straight out of the episode in Star Trek Next Generation where you had this alien, and he was going through this change into some kind of new entity, and he was dangerous to everyone around him. The transformation, he didn't really understand what the transformation was, but he kind of knew that it needed to happen, and so this episode, The Gift, there's nothing original about it, really. it's straight off of that. But so they get her off the ship. They have to get her off the ship, and she ascends into some kind of higher entity, some kind of, she into pure consciousness or something. I don't think they ever really specify exactly. But the gift, they call it the gift because at the end she says, "My gift to you," and she throws Voyager a great distance towards home and beyond Borg space, and it was 10 years closer to home. I mean, if you're that powerful, why not send them all away? But then they would, kill their series. So, and it's just things like when they do things like that, and it's like, well, why couldn't you send them all away? And there's come up with some kind of, like, at least have an explanation for why she could only throw them, 10 years closer to home. I'm sure these guys think they're great writers. But you like explain, like, have a reasonable explanation for why stuff happens. Okay, it's great they're 10 years closer to home, but But if she's that powerful, why couldn't she throw them another 10 and another 10 or whatever? Explain something. But they don't even try. So Kess is gone, right? Until later. And she shows up again. I can't remember the name of the episode, and she's all pissed off. So if anybody remembers the name of the episode number, I'm trying to find it, but hold on a second. I'll find it here in a second. It's just because we got a few more seasons. Maybe we'll talk about 7 and 9 on another one. I think that's what I'm thinking I'm going to do is just kind of address by character. And I can't find it for some reason. Well, oh, it's Fury. Yeah, that's it. So, season 6, episode 23. So, let me see if there's anything to catch up with in chat. Scotty, welcome. What's up? Avis B says, "Give me the link, LB, and I'll jump on, even though I know nothing about Star Trek." Oh, well, I don't. I've never had a guest, man. I don't know if I will do guests, but there's a couple of people that there's been a number of people ask, but I just don't do guests. Jeff Patter just grifting for a new camera. Oh, crap. Yeah. And what do you mean you don't know nothing about Star Trek? That's crazy. Especially when you're named after something that's going to be on the ship in the series that I want to develop. I'm just playing around and writing this bit and that bit and different episodes and stuff and anyway, that was something that was definitely in my mind, was that there would be honeybees on the ship. And you're like, why you got honeybees on a ship in Star Trek, dude? Because I'm on this other tangent over here. Well, I can jump on anytime. Yeah. Never got into Star Trek. Yeah, it just isn't some people's cup of tea. But I've been thinking about trying to develop one, maybe, but they are they are always present on the ship. It's not that they're necessarily horribly important for anything, but they don't have to be. But I've been wondering if maybe um, something can be worked out story wise where the honeybees matter. Because I was thinking, uh, because in every there's a number of times in all the series where they get some kind of alien invasion on the ship, and then so what if they're maybe I'm not saying this is necessarily but what if some aliens invade the ship and they disturb the beehive and then the bees like wipe out the invasion? That would just be funny. You showed a movie and they didn't like it. Yeah, they're freaking. What are you gonna do? Freaking YouTube. So, all right, so Cass returned a couple seasons later for an episode, and she's pissed off. See if I can pop up the picture, like, because remember she's Ocampa, so she's gonna be old, right? Wait, I don't know why they did this, but anyway. Let me see if I can pop this picture on the screen. It's not very clear. It's not a very clear picture, but let me remove that one. Here we go. There we go. You can't see that very well, but there it is. Okay, so they get the Voyager gets a distress call from a ship, and they how they can use their sensors and they can detect life forms, and they find out there's an Ocampa on the ship, and so they make contact and they see it's Cass, and so they're surprised by this, and she's old now, and she asked to come aboard, and of course they the captain says yes. They all care deeply for Cass and miss her, and there's no reason not to let her come aboard. At which point Cass rams in the Voyager with her ship. But she wasn't on board. She beamed herself aboard Voyager when she did that, and she's using her telekinetic powers to just destroy shit. She gets engineering, and she starts sucking power out of the warp drive. B'Elanna tries to stop her, and Kes, again uses her powers to kill her. She kills B'Elanna, and then she disappears. So then she appears in the year 2371, and it's when Voyager, the first year in the Delta Quadrant, and she changes herself to the way she looked at that time, because remember, she's on the ship at that time, but she's young. She's like she's either 2 or 3 years old. And then she finds her young self there. I hate time travel. She knocks herself out and hides her younger self. She then goes and gets on a shuttle and taps into communications and plots a course for her home world. So Tuvok, cause he's a Vulcan, so he has some psychic abilities. And he can tell there's something up with her. There's something wrong. And he starts hallucinating. He sees the Delta Flyer, which is a ship that Tom Paris built, but this is 3 years before it was built. It hasn't even been conceived yet. So he's seeing things from the future. He sees Naomi Wildman, who hasn't been born yet. Then he sees 7 of 9, who they haven't met yet, and so he's confused by this, and so Kes is talking to the Vidians at some point, who are, if you've watched the series, the Vidians are a pain in the ass, and they're desperate. They have a plague called the phage, and they're desperate to try and survive, and they have to keep replacing their body parts and organs and stuff, and they steal them from other people. So Kes offers to help them, help the Vidians capture Voyager's crew so they can harvest them for their organs and stuff, if they will take her back to her home planet, Ocampa. She for some reason she believes her crew, she believes the crew of Voyager abandoned her. So at that point, it goes into Tuvok has hallucinations, and he passes out or collapses, and that at that same moment when that happened, the Doctor and Janeway detect tachyon particles at the location where Tuvok's at. So when he had the hallucination, there's tachyon particles have to do with time so there's some connection through time between Tuvok and somehow I don't know. But he has there's something it's a time it's I don't know, it's a timey wimey wibbly wobbly um but he keeps seeing the future. um so the Vidians find Voyager because of Kess, and they attack. Janeway is able to uh, find Kess's transmissions and go after her and find Kess. Um, so she says she says her life's been miserable since they convinced they encouraged her to develop her psychic powers, and she says that has made her life miserable. So it's just kind of weird. I almost feel like they forced this. Like they like everything. Like they like well, I mean the story, the writers like tried to I don't know, it just didn't feel like it's very well developed because how does she think that they I mean it's just I don't know, it's just don't make it's not making sense, but this is what they did, right? um she feels she wasn't ready to lead the ship and go out into the universe by herself, and she blames Janeway and the crew, and she wants to retaliate against them and save her young self. Um, so she attacks Janeway, and Janeway kills her. They fight off the Vidians, and the younger Cass, she wakes up and helps them, but she doesn't have any idea of what's happening. 5 years later, Captain Janeway and Tuvok remember that earlier encounter with Cass, and when Cass appears and aims her ship at Voyager, they prevent the collision, and then they go to engineering, and which they've evacuated. Cass is because this is it's all time paradox shit in Star Trek. I swear, shit that can't. How can this thing happen if that? I mean, if you watch enough sci-fi, you see, like I don't know. Anyway, so there's a recording from the younger Cass to the older Cass, um, telling her to remember the real past and leave Voyager alone. And then she remembers because the young self in the recording told her to. And she just leaves, and she goes back to her ship and she leaves. So I mean, you understand paradoxes. I don't know. This is a weird one. See, it's almost like I don't even want. Sometimes I don't even want to work with a sci-fi that is this ridiculous. It makes zero sense. So old Cass goes back in time, fucks some shit up, and so then the younger Cass leaves a message to herself in the future, telling her to remember not to go back in time and fuck some shit up. It's a paradox. It don't make any damn sense. It can't happen. But Star Trek writers just can't help themselves but write a bunch of time travel bullshit. So what do we do with Cass, right? What do we do with this character in the future? Because my series is years later. Do we incorporate her, or do we abandon this because it ended in such a ridiculous point? This story made no goddamn sense. Cass turned into a higher being in season 4. You know, sent Voyager closer to home by 10 years. And then she shows up later and she thinks they abandoned her. No, she left the ship because she turned into a fucking god. It don't make any sense. And then they have a temporal paradox on top of that. Nothing about this story makes any goddamn sense. Jen says, Hyveless took them this long. Yeah. Hyveless says, even though time travel is bunk, I always liked the Bill and Ted bit where they'd hit a key for themselves in the future, but it would be there as soon as they had the idea. Yeah, but that was a goofy ass comedy. I can forgive everything in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That movie was awesome no matter what. And the second one was good too. This one they made here recently was just ridiculous dumbassery. They shouldn't have done it. I did see it, but no. Bill and Ted's conclusion came with the second movie. They concluded it nicely, where they became a great band and fulfilled their destiny. Well, there was no reason to do another movie. And then what they do with another movie, they basically made it where they didn't actually succeed. Well, the second movie, I don't know, man. They were trying to make a money grab. They're like, we're going to get that nostalgia. There was nothing there that I feel like there was nothing nothing. What am I trying to say? Losing my words, man. Um, there wasn't an artistic reason to do a third Bill and Ted movie. They just wanted to grab some nostalgia dollars. That was it. So, no, I haven't seen it yet. I'll probably show it, you know, on I don't know what day. But I'll do a random live and show it and talk about it. I don't think they should do this either. I do not think they should do Matrix 4. What the fuck are they thinking? But here we go. I was a Genwell. It's not that. Someone had posted it in 2017, so I thought it would be fine, but the owners must have realized it was blowing up and made it so they could show it exclusively as of today. Huh. Wagon Breath says, "What up, y'all? What's up, Wagon Breath? Welcome to the chat." So, do we have any Trekkies in the room right now? Y'all just listen to me babble. They just did so much time travel bullshit. It was just and there was the one episode where the because the time agents from the future tell anyway, he ends up telling Janeway, like, he says, Braxton was right about one thing, though. Voyager shows up on our sensors way too often. Try to avoid time travel. Yeah, it was like they just kept trying to stick time travel bullshit into Voyager. I mean, they even go back in time to Earth in the 90s. But, whatever. But, I like Star Trek, always had. Watched probably every episode at least of it, every episode of all, not the original series, but all, Next Generation, DS9, Voyager, those series. I've probably watched every episode at least 4 times each, at least. And some of them way more than that. So, just as someone who's interested in, crafting stories, Star Trek was one of the things I've started fiddling with at some point. And so in the series I propose that somebody should hire me to write, there's a lot of things that have to do directly with Voyager. And I'm just wondering if Kes should have anything to do with it. Now, the same actress could not play Kes now. Just couldn't. I might as well show you why. I don't know which one of these pictures is the more recent. But you saw how she looked when she was on the show. So let me see here. Let me take this down. I'll bring this other. I'll go ahead and show it. Might as well. Give me a minute. There you go. That's what she ended up looking like, at least at some point. I don't know when this was. Apparently, she got arrested for something. Yeah. Time wasn't very kind. Sorry. Sorry to say that. But, yeah. So I don't know. It's just, yeah. So I just talking about her because this character first, because she could play a role. The character could play a role, but because theoretically, I mean, I don't know, like the episode "The Gift," it feels like she was becoming an eternal entity made up of consciousness or something. Her physical body completely went away. Now that could be it, or it could be that she, her psychic power. Maybe you could describe it. What happened is that her psychic powers just developed, were just too powerful, and it destroyed her body. So that might work if you explain that. Somehow you explain that as she was, as her body was being obliterated, her final act was to throw Voyager as far as she could, and that could be used to explain why they only went 10 years closer to Earth. I don't think they should have done that at all, but that's what they did. I don't know why they felt like Voyager needed that little 10-year jump closer to Earth. But they did it. And they should, but they couldn't leave well on the flown. They come in later and they do the episode Fury, and where this weird shit with this time travel and her not remembering, and somehow she's physical now, and then Janeway can actually kill her, and the whole damn, it don't make any sense to even do an episode like this with Cass. If anything, she could show up and maybe later and as a powerful entity, but they didn't do that. They did this goofy ass Fury episode that don't make any damn sense. So it kind of ruined. Like, I guess I could ignore it. Like, sometimes Star Trek writers ignore shit. So now it's like it contradicts this, and but I hate it when they do that. So I can't do that. So how do I fix Cass? How do I fix that? I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking maybe I should just not even include her anywhere. I mean, which is kind of unfortunate, because now we if we can't, I mean, for one, that we don't have the same actors, like we can't use her. It would have to be a new actress, right? But the main issue is for for the possibility. Okay, right. Neelix is part of my story. He shows up at some point in my story. So if we can't get Cass into the story, we can't have a reunion between him and Cass to some degree. It's not a story killer or anything. It's just something I think would be nice to do. But yeah. So whatever. Hopefully anyone that let me get rid of this. We can't keep looking at that, can we? Hopefully anyone people, Trekkies, Voyager fans that see this later could leave some comments about what they think about what I'm saying, what my concerns are here. I'm slowly kind of developing a Star Trek series, which will probably never be made, of course. But it's just something I'm fiddling with in my dabblings of writings. And I don't know, with the character of Cass, I would almost like to have something, because I'm trying not to give away too much about the story. There will be very few characters that are they're not meant to actually end up, actually, if the show was made, that you wouldn't see a lot of the characters from Voyager on screen at any point. One, we'd hate to use a new actor anyway, because you'd have to in a lot of the cases. But two, that's just not where the story is going for those characters. There are a few who definitely will. It would be nice if Cass could be one of those. Neelix is definitely one of those. A number of characters from a number of the episodes of Voyager are in that list, but they're not major characters necessarily. Although there's a couple that could be. Tuvok. Let's see. Definitely, and I don't know how this will work out, because I'm developing the story in such a way that with the mindset that if it were made, if the show was actually made, right? So there's a story. One of the storylines involves. I'm just not sure what parts of things I want to reveal. Hold on a second. There's I'll say this. There's a character that's going to be fairly major character, not the core most important ones, but kind of second tier, but a regular character. Anyway, it's it's Tuvok's daughter. I'll just go ahead and reveal that. Tuvok's daughter is part of the storyline and a regular character. So at some point, we need to have some kind of interaction with Tuvok. You know, so, how do you do that? Do we find someone that just looks very similar to Tim Russ and just go with it and don't zoom in too close? Because he's getting old. Like I try to think in the mindset like when you're considering how do you cast your show. So you got to consider what's up with Tim Russ, because everyone wonders what's up with Tim Russ, right? Of course you do. So he's getting a little older. He's 65. He don't look like Tuvok no more. He's just with a little bit of. I mean, I hate it when they use de-aging, the aging technology on people. I don't like it. But it might work, I'm gonna pull up a picture of him. Hold on a second. Here we go. There we go. There he is, getting a little older. It could work. Just with a little makeup. I'll say this: he doesn't actually use he is seen in the story. He is seen on the view screen. He's not in the room, with the he's not meant to be. So theoretically, you're not going to get a great look at Tuvok in the on the screen. So it could work, a little makeup, put his ears on there, tell him to stop fucking smiling and be a damn Vulcan. So, it could work. But, yeah. But, it's mainly talking about Kes tonight. That character who, what just had there was her story was pretty important through the series, the early part of the series, and then they did this horrible comeback episode. It was just ridiculous time travel bullshit, and it just didn't make any damn sense, and so I don't like that. I feel like the character of Kes may not be retrievable for an appearance in a new TV show, a new Star Trek show, or maybe coming back as a regular, kind of situation. But it's just they screwed it up. But that being said, like, as far as how the entire story starts, it starts with, again, another time travel episode, which was the final episode of the series, um, which was a serious cop out on the part of the damn writers. Which was Endgame. I only need to get started on the Endgame. Final episode of the series. Time travel was involved. Just a cop out and a half. Shit. The writer should be, locked up and the key thrown away. It's just, come on. How they thought that was a good idea, I just, I don't know. So unfortunately, in order to make my vision for this story work, I have to start out first thing with time travel shit. Which is, fine. It's part of Star Trek. It's there. It's not going away. And it involves the time agents and stuff like that. But it's because it's it should. I'd rather it didn't have to include that, but it just has to because they ended the series with time travel bullshit and fuck some shit up. Because I could totally do the story without that if they didn't do the episode of Endgame, but they did. Some of these directors and writers just managed to take an entire series and fuck it up with one episode, or an entire character arc and just screw it up with one little scene sometimes. So what are you gonna do? So I don't know. Hopefully, people watching this later, maybe some people, maybe someone that's interested, was really the character of Kess really resonated with them, and they would love to see that character revived. How would you do it? What do you think should be done to make that happen? Navigating across the significant bump in the road of the episode of Fury, which just jacked it all up. They should have just left that out. They shouldn't have done that. I mean, if they were going to revisit Kess, how did they think that was a good idea? Yeah. I mean, it's like they were struggling to come up with new ideas to create a conflict in the story. It's like we got to come up with something we haven't done before. Voyager fights a different alien every week. And we've had conflicts with everybody else. Just all kinds of shit. Different characters have had different conflicts, and Cass kind of, they're like, well, Cass has never really had much of a conflict with anyone but freaking Neelix, really. So let's put her in conflict with everybody by just making her like confused. Oh shit. Um, no, it just didn't do justice to the character. Like after everything that happened to her and the development of her mental powers and her psychic abilities, and um, you know, leading up to her body just completely, you know, dematerializing. You know, I mean, she was very powerful when she came back, but she came back as a physical entity. I thought she was leaving the physical existence in the episode The Gift. Why is she coming back as a physical entity now? Why isn't she, you know, coming back as some kind of um, consciousness entity or energy being of some kind, or something like the fucking Q? Maybe she becomes something like that. You know, I mean, and that opens up possibilities of, well, you know, maybe the Q don't like that there's a new you know, a new god in the galaxy, and maybe they have conflict with her. Because I do want, you know, some Q stuff involved here and there, and the you know, not necessarily Q, but Q. If you don't know Star Trek, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But they all call themselves Q. Okay, uh, the Q that was always harassing Picard um, doesn't really have much to do with anything beyond the pilot, the very beginning. And there's you know, there if you know the arc of the Q, you know, everything that happened between him and Picard, um, and even the stuff that happened between him and Data. Um, there's some things that are kind of revisited just briefly. And you know, unfortunately, again, thinking about, you know, what your potential actors, right? Casting. So now you're wondering what the fuck's up with John Delancey. And again, these actors are aging, so you know, how do you put them now? What they do in the Picard series, they they just stuck him in there as an older man like he is, and they didn't do, you know, and I don't know, that just feels sloppy. I feel like we should put him in somehow, but I'm thinking just you just put him in like you just his voice, like he isn't actually. You're not going to see him physically on screen, uh, but there's something he's going to do that sets everything in motion, and you know, refers back to multiple episodes. Um, you know, his interactions with Picard, with Data, the state of the Q continuum at this point in history. Um, what so you're not going to see him showing up causing shit in the series, is what I'm saying. He's 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 only setting some things in motion, and I don't want to give away too much about what's going on, but if you remember from Next Generation, if something about Picard interested Q. But, at this point in history, Picard is getting old. So that's a problem, right? That's a problem for the reason why the why Q is so interested in Picard. There's been twists and turns. There's been, the path that he's walked, hasn't always gone in the right direction. Q is going to take it upon himself to remedy some things, which Picard, of course, Picard is always irritated with what Q does, right? So there of course will be protests from Picard, and there's something that Q is going to do that Data is going to protest it, and of course now we're talking about, well, if we're thinking about casting again, right? Picard will not be played by Patrick Stewart. What? Yeah, he's not going to be played. We got there's no way to do that. I mean, he's too old to do it, for one, and two, it wouldn't even fit with things. And then also, you were looking at Data as well. Going to have to change actors there too, which is not as much. In normal circumstances, it would be a problem, right? Because people will be like, that's not Data. Like, I don't know. It seems like these days, people, because it seems like used to, you could switch the actor, and it wasn't that big of a deal. It was like, well, it's still that character, right? But these days it's like, that actor is that character in a way. It's like that actor owns that character. So, Patrick Stewart is Jean-Luc Picard. Brent Spiner is Data, and so on. But it's not an issue because of what Q does in this story. So, which I'm not going to reveal that, but if you ever until like I've maybe got protection of the story, then maybe I'll talk about some of the details, because that's not necessarily of course, what's a spoiler, right? If it's something that happens within the first 10 minutes, is it a spoiler, or is it just a teaser? It's not like it's something, it's not the conclusion of the pilot episode or anything. It's a setup, It's part of the setup of the story. Um, which allows for all kinds of interesting possibilities going forward with the character of Data, and what Q does also drastically changes uh, what Picard's future is. Um, so I don't know. So people, this of course this hadn't been that exciting unless you're like interested in talking about Star Trek, but and people that don't know Trek are like, who are all these people you're talking about? It's freaking Trek, man. But um, but hopefully it interests some people that uh, like talking about these stories and about Star Trek, and maybe your interest is piqued at what I got churning in my head and written. Maybe in a few years, um, there'll be something that people can read. I'm not making any promises. Um, or maybe, who knows? Maybe some someone in charge of the track is like interested in uh, maybe something I said is interested them, and if they happen to see this, or maybe some fans see this and they're like, dude, this sounds like some neat shit that could be a future track series, um, if the opportunity was given. um, I just I the part of the problem with Star Trek has been, you don't just have you have freaking multiple writers, and they're all doing their own thing, and the story starts losing cohesion. I wouldn't want other writers coming in, writing episodes. Like, that's not what this is designed to be. This is one big story presented in episodes, and it just, you start having other writers coming in, they just start throwing in filler episodes. That's what you end up having, filler episodes. I mean, there's things have got the story's got to have cohesion, and like so many Star Trek episodes, even though they may be a good episode, it's just not part of the cohesion of the overall series, because they're thinking it just as that one episode is this one story, and they're forgetting it's got to be connected to the whole story somehow. I mean, like, you might have some character development in the story that still pertains to the rest of the series, but it's just, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. um, so I wouldn't want that. I would want total creative control. I would want, just stay out of my fucking kitchen, man. And then I have final say on the cast. Period. Um, I'm pretty settled on who would be, would play a number of these characters. And I just don't feel like I can say who all is on my is my choices. But pretty set on certain ones. So I would I would totally want control of that. Maybe they could say, well, we got this person, that person. How about this person? Sure, consider them, but I feel like I'd have to insist that be contractual because they're probably going to fight me on certain choices. I just already know they would fight me on certain choices. Pat over at Squatch Talk is an actor. Wonder what we could put him in for. Wonder if he would play on Star Trek. What that's something the Bigfoot community could vote on. Is like, what kind of character would Pat be suitable for in a Star Trek series written by Lockbeard? Now I am damn certain. Well, I'm not damn certain. Because don't pick Vulcan because one of the primary Vulcans, one of the bridge crew is Tuvok's daughter. So we're looking at a black female. So while Pat has demonstrated that he can play female just fine. He can't play a black female. Sorry, that'd be bad. That would be very bad. We would definitely be in a lot of trouble if we tried to do some shit like that. But anyway, we got our Vulcan, our main Vulcan, or one of our main Vulcans. There will be a Vulcan ambassador, but it's going to be an older person. Pat's he's not. I don't think he's old enough to play the Vulcan ambassador. I guess you can age him, but as far as where in the hell? Oh, there it is. Anyway, so and there be some other ambassadors that are of other species, a bunch of them that they're not they're around, they're always around. So but they may not necessarily appear, they may appear every so often in an episode or in a group setting kind of situation. As far as the Bigfoot characters, we're gonna need some pretty tall people for that. So I'm thinking maybe we look up some really tall people to play them. Igor Volkovinsky, perhaps. Um, Lindsay K. Hayward. Uh, there's a lot of tall people out there. Caroline Wells, Jessica Pardo, Paul Sturgis, Katerina Lucini. Bunch of possibilities. Um, for the multiple Sasquatch characters that will, by some strange circumstance, end up part of of the story. There is some characters who are, I guess, well, kind of cyborgs. I don't want to say exactly why I say kind of, but they're kind of cyborgs. So, someone like, just about anyone could play those characters, because they could, there's not much of a, it's not much importance of how they look necessarily. There's no particular reason for them to be this or that. You probably don't want them to be too old, because it's an artificial face, right? But, so there's possibilities there. So I don't know. I mean, so throw some ideas around. What do you think? A Klingon, because there'll be some Klingons around. A wide variety of alien species, both Alpha Quadrant and Delta Quadrant. It's a bigger spread. He could be a Ferengi. He could be a fucking Ferengi. That's a lot of prosthetics, man. One thing that might make a lot of Trek fans very happy is I would absolutely insist that Tracy Coco play a character. If you and again, non-Trekkies have no idea. A lot of Trekkies don't know who I'm talking about, but as soon as you see a picture of her, you'll know. You will know. You know what? Let me hold on a second. Let me find it. Let me find a picture of her from when she was on the show before on come on, cooperate with me, computer. Why in the hell? Hold on a second. I'll get this eventually. Work. Do what I tell you. What in the hell? I'm having trouble finding what I'm looking for here, but let's be. Yeah, why didn't I do that to start with? Here we go. Actually, where's that pic? There's got to be a picture somewhere of her with Picard. I know there's one somewhere. There's got to be. And of course, there's not one just presenting itself for me. Well, I'll show a picture. Let me find one with her in her uniform. That'll work. That'll have to do. With that awesome haircut. Let's see here. I'm almost got it up. Hold on. I'm just having StreamYard. Everything isn't that streamlined. All right. There we go. There we go. Let me blow it up bigger. No, it was not a major character. There was an interesting brief scene. I'd like to find the picture of it. If there's one, a still, from that scene. I don't know why. I'm just getting tired, I think. Well, I see one problem here. Hold on a second. Are you kidding me? All right. I gotta look in a different place. Use different search terms. See if that gets me anywhere. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I believe in this scene, they were watching. Hold on a second. Let me pull this one down. I'm about to show a picture from a scene in The Next Generation where her character was with Picard, and I think they were watching Data perform. This wasn't the Felis Caddis one, was it? There we go. Yep. So saw this and I was kind of thinking, are they hinting at some kind of thing between her and Picard? Well, for one, would that be an issue? Would that be Of course, there was, he was trying to get with Dr. Crusher, and that bitch rejected him. It's like they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. They married Riker off to Troy, but they just couldn't, they just couldn't make it happen. I swear something. I don't know what is wrong here, but anyway, having issues, computer issues. Yeah, that's right. There we go. So, anyway, so I thought, I'm sure everybody who was watching that episode thought, well, are they hinting that, Picard's got him a little girlfriend there? Um, I don't know. What I was saying was the issue. She was subordinate under her character, Lieutenant J, was you know was subordinate under Captain Picard. So would that have been an issue for them to get involved? And so I don't know, like, because she's still around, and at this point in time where this is set, she would be older. She's definitely interested, like she stated that the Tracy Coco has stated that she is interested in more Star Trek roles. She has played a bunch of different aliens on Star Trek as well. Um, um, See if I can find the names of some of these aliens, but I don't know. But I'm probably not going to be able to find them. I might be able to. I don't know. I don't know if we need to talk about it. Anyway, she loves Star Trek, and she's got her own. Well, I mean, she was like she was just kind of there in the series, but she's just recognizable. I think like she just kind of stood out, and and so she's got a little following, and 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 she has stated that she wants to play more characters, and why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Um, so I say, I would, I don't know why, like, why it didn't, why is she? I don't know. Maybe they'll put her in a character in the new Picard series or in Discovery, that piece of shit. I don't know. Um, Now Discovery, I mean, interesting. They have gotten some trill action going, and I have some trill action going, big time trill action going in this story. Um, so so that was kind of interesting. It was neat to see some of it. It was pretty interesting what they did in Discovery, but I just don't. The series is just ridiculous. Though, and uh, the trill. There's so much more that can be done with the trill. After the change, because they had a trill show up on Next Generation that looked nothing like the trill did in DS9. Whatever. But again, it's why they, maintain your damn continuity, damn it. So I don't like the Trill in the one that fell in love with Dr. Crusher. I don't like, I don't like the look, I mean, they shouldn't have changed them, because they changed them to look like uh shoot, the species that the Creations, which is from another episode where had the metamorph, and Picard started to fall for her and she fell for him. And anyway, the Trill looked pretty much exactly like the freaking Creations. And the Resicans, or not the Resicans, what am I saying? Anyway, there was the other species, but they were the same. I think they were the same. But anyway, so but the changes and then also how it works, and I don't know. It was just they did, DS9 changed things for the Trill, what the Trill was introduced as. So whatever. There was some weirdness with it, but it kind of works. But I kind of like the concept, and it's just there's multiple joined Trill characters. Like one of the bridge crew is a joined Trill. An important, like, possibly the second most important character is part Trill, and eventually becomes joined. Then there's some shit that happens with Trill. There's, anyway, they end up going to the Trill home world, and stuff like that. So, there is, like, because there's problems. How, like, you're trying to go on a trip, and but you got to go do this thing and that thing and handle this situation, and before you can ever actually get to going where you're going. Well, that happens. And part of it involves the Trill. So yeah. Let's see, let me check chat real quick. I'm gone way longer than I was thinking I would. Scotty, I don't know if you're still here, but 7 of 9 would be my comeback character. Well, that's one. I don't know that I I don't want to. It's one of something I don't want to give away necessarily. At least not until I've got the rights to the major points protected, But it wouldn't there wouldn't be anything like the bullshit that happened in Picard, though. And fucking having her, like, what happened to shit. Egypt. What the hell? I mean, for starters, they shouldn't even be there at that in that year. They shouldn't even be there. They should be still elsewhere in the galaxy. So they just wasted Egypt. So in a way, it's a good thing that they did their time travel bullshit in the final episode of Voyager, because forcing me to make this story happen, because there's just they missed all kind of opportunity. There's no way of restoring like the Voyager show. Like, that ship has sailed. Like, have you seen what the actor that played Tom Paris looks like now? Like, who would you have play Tom Paris if you were going to do that? And so on and so forth. It's just the actors there's just so many aging actors. Like, how do you do that? It would be hard. And this isn't that, but there's a lot that happens is in relation to what happened to Voyager and what's happening with Voyager at this point in time, which is they are still in the Delta Quadrant. I mean, that's really all that's important with what's happening to Voyager. Although certain things about certain characters may come up. Like I mentioned Chakotay earlier, it's not like it's a whole story. It's like it's a whole episode about him. It isn't. But something in relation to what happened to him on that planet comes up. Still here, Lockie, says Scotty. She was hot, if not anything else. Yeah. Was I the only person that noticed, like Seven had her implant, that the one that one of the ones that she kept right here, and Chakotay had that freaking tattoo right here that almost mimicked, kind of in form or shape. It's like was somebody trying to tell us something in the development of those elements in the show? I don't know if other people noticed it. There's some what's going on there? It's just I'm trying to find something here. Just a minute. Why did Chakotay's tattoo have to be just part of his face like that anyway? Although they may not even known that. I don't know. They may not even known that the 7 of 9 character was coming. But when she did come along, did they purposely? What was the like? I feel like this is something that an element that wasn't an accident, like it was done for a reason. I mean, that's how I think. Like, if you saw something like that I created, there was a reason for it, but I don't know. It was just something I noticed, and I thought, it's gotta there's gotta be a meaning behind that. Why do they both have that on that same eye? So, she has the implant, and he has the tattoo. You know, I mean, there was no one sitting around saying, why are you doing that? Was it truly accident? Was it a subconscious thing? Were they not even thinking about it when they did it? They were like creating the 7 of 9 character, the look of the 7 of 9 character, and just subconsciously, because they've been staring at Chakotay's freaking tattoo for multiple seasons, and they um, it just happened, and then look at Egypt's. He's got, it's not here, but it's kind of in here, but it's on the same freaking eye. So it's like, what's up with that? What's going on there? If I go back and watch the series, I'm bound to find some more. You know, uh, like human mind's weird. They may have cause I don't know. It's there's got to be a reason why that happened. Why, when they were designing how her implants would look, did they put one here exactly where, or real close to, and similar in kind of, the angle and stuff, to Chakotay's tattoo? And if it was just a subconscious thing and they didn't even realize they were doing it, they need to be paying better attention. But it shouldn't have happened, if they were thinking and paying attention and trying to make sure that, that, things jive, and things that should have meaning, and don't, don't, and things should, oftentimes there's so many elements that, just things that don't matter about anything. There's too much focus on a certain thing, and it doesn't matter. It's just kind of filler. Like, you don't want a bunch of filler, and often there's a lot of filler. In all genres, everything's got to come together, and if you're wasting, screen time is precious. And if you're wasting it on just bullshit that doesn't matter, well, you're losing, you're losing time to put more significant, meaningful material on the screen, and to make your story just more rich. So I guess I'm kind of like talking a little bit here about how, it's just, there's so much haphazard writing, and I think a new Star Trek series should have one writer who has a vision, who is just straight up OCD, insistent, and on things being just so, and maintaining continuity. No episodes that are just straight up bullshit filler, which so often they were in Next Generation, and oftentimes on Voyager too. DS9 sometimes, but they had you know, the Dominion War was pretty cohesive, but Michael Haywood says, "There goes Scotty talking nasty again. Is he talking nasty? Take the focus off her titties. If they wanted to take the focus off their titties, they shouldn't have put her in that tight ass costume." um, but yeah, I know you. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would like to see a 7 of 9 come back. Which I don't know. They gave it to you in the Picard series, but that's not really the because what's happening in my story is just not conducive for that necessarily. There could be some degree of appearance, like, because I've thought about it. Because, like I said, Tuvok is only appearing on screen. She could too. If the actors could pull off, we're just saying hypothetically, if I was given my series, and again, I'm thinking in terms of you know of that, if it was actually being made, if the show was actually being made. So, if the actress hasn't, gone the way of Cass, right? Like, there's no way today's that actress today would you just couldn't do it. You just couldn't do it. But with Jerry Ryan, 7 of 9, you might be able to do it. You might be able to do it. I mean, it is some years after the when I mean, but it's not that many years though. So I don't know. I just don't know. It's possible because I mean I do have an interesting idea. Like where she would be included in that scene with Tuvok. Things have changed on Voyager. But also, also possibly not. It's not really necessary. I feel like that if I mean, it's something that could happen, but if it did, I'd almost want to make there be something, make that appearance have some greater significance than just she's standing there. So I don't know. It might be something to give some thought to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why they wanted some eye candy. They were trying to reinvigorate things, I guess. I don't know. And whatever. They wanted to play with some Borg action, and they played with some Borg action. They messed up the Borg, man. Yeah, every all the alien races have hierarchies, and the thing about the Borg that kind of set them apart was when they were first introduced in Next Generation. is there were no leaders. They were one mind. And then some dumbass decided, oh, well, we got to make a Borg queen. No, you don't got to make a Borg queen. That's completely the opposite of what the Borg were supposed to be. You don't give them a freaking leader of any kind. They don't need a queen. They think as one mind, and they messed that up with the Borg queen. And then she's there like telling them, giving orders to Borgs or like audibly in some of the scenes, and why does she need to do that? They've been harping all this time, like even the Borg queen harping, your primitive linguistic communication, blah blah blah, bullshit, blah, and then she does it, and then she's doing it, like she's giving commands and saying things to the drones and stuff, and it's like, why do you need to say anything? You are all one mind. What happened to that? They they totally screwed that up. I feel, see, again, that's another one of the things where I'm seeing weak writers who don't truly understand what the thing was supposed to be originally or something. I don't know, but they couldn't they screwed it up because they're thinking like a normal human being who thinks in terms of hierarchical command structures and stuff. There was no hierarchy in the Borg. There was a bunch of drones, one mind. Period. That was something that made them kind of stand out from other other races that they had encountered, and they just messed it up and made it just another group of people, with a leader that you got to deal with. But this isn't just in Voyager. This goes back to Next Generation. Starting kind of where they assimilated Picard. What kind of sense did that make? They were saying, well, what the Borg, what, this is weird, what the Borg did. But that should have never happened. What my feeling is, as far as what they introduced the Borg as, they had something good and they messed it up. So they assimilate Picard, and they want this individual to interact with humanity and facilitate their assimilation. That's not Borg. You don't have individuals. They even gave him a name, Locutus. Well, then fast forward to Voyager, right? And they choose 7 to represent the Borg to Captain Janeway. Well, they didn't give her a name. They just called her 709 tertiary adjunct of blah blah blah. See, they can't. This is a problem you have when you got too many damn cooks in the kitchen. There's no consistency. You guys have no continuity, and if to revive Star Trek, maybe that's what they need to be looking for. One person with adequate vision of a complete series. Like, I think I could totally put together, 10 seasons, or more, or hell, indefinitely, really. I mean, well, I don't know. Any story eventually, it runs its course, and you have to end it. But uh, but you can plan around that. Like if you're thinking, if you're thinking in a convoluted, I don't know, there's probably a better word for it, convoluted enough fashion about what you're creating. You're leaving, you know, you know, multiple like trails of breadcrumbs that aren't obvious to the audience. Like the audience doesn't know that there was a door left open here for something else that's going to happen later. Next episode, next season, 5 seasons from now. They're not thinking that far ahead. You know, they don't know what they're gonna do. They're just thinking, maybe one season, sometimes maybe into the second season, but it but I mean sometimes they're making like movies now where they don't even have a completed script. They just decide we're gonna make this movie. Do we have a script for it? No, but we don't fucking need one. There's no vision. They have a name, maybe a few elements of the story. That's it. Now that ends in disaster almost every time. It can work if you have the right person and lightning strikes. It can happen. An example of that was the miniseries Firefly. As I recall, he really only had the theme song. Yeah, he didn't have shit. He just, he had some shit, some ideas rattling around in his head, but he didn't have anything but a theme song. And it took that and just took off and made one of the best sci-fi series ever done. They had gold there, and what they do, they canceled it because they're morons. Whoever's sitting in the leather chairs making these decisions are morons, and you got to ask why. And I think I talked about Firefly before, and some of my kind of conspiratorial thoughts about why they take it and put it on, the what they call it was on Friday night, and you don't do that. You put your show on Friday night. People got shit to do Friday night. They're not gonna, so they killed the show. I think they killed the show on purpose. They're like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna kill the ratings because we put it on this bad time slot on a bad day, and then we're gonna cancel it and claim it's because it's not doing well, and hope nobody notices. Hope Lockbeard doesn't notice that we did something to cause the failure in the first place, and it's probably because certain elements in the story were portraying things that we don't want put into the public consciousness. It just fucking. And this is why Hollywood's a mess. Most of the movies are just crap anymore, and TV shows, and it's just the too much politics involved. The big picture is they're manipulating public consciousness. They are actively, purposely doing this. They're using movies and TV shows, commercials, music, everything to manipulate how people are thinking. They're not. These aren't. This isn't This isn't art. This is propaganda. It's mind control. You know. And a lot of people are maybe they're not thinking in the terms I just stated it in, but they're seeing, all they know is they're seeing some shit they don't like, or they're seeing movies with because now it's getting where it's just real blatant, political messages in movies and TV shows, and it's pissing people off. They don't like this shit. Scotty says the writers couldn't tell their arses from their elbows. Yeah, a lot of them, I think that's true. So, I don't know. Let me see here. I don't know. So, this isn't my job. Like, writing, it's not my job. I'm not getting, it's just, this is just kind of a hobby, thinking about this stuff, and, watching Star Trek so damn much in the past. The new series, Picard and Discovery, are not gonna, this isn't stuff that's gonna get a rewatch from me. Next Generation, I think I've watched some episodes probably 12 times. And those days are over unless they decide to stop being douchebags and start engaging in the art again. It's okay for there to be some political stuff in there, but the way they're doing it now is just obvious, and it's got a tinge of just hateful stuff, and it's just one-sided as hell. So it just isn't working anymore. This isn't Captain Picard kissing Uhura. This is something more insidious and distasteful, and the art is being put over here, and we're like, we don't really care about that. We care about, did we ram home this particular political message? So, what are you gonna do? So I don't know. I mean, yeah, it'd be, I don't think there's any chance that they're going to, they would ever consider someone, like myself, with what I think are good ideas for a future series. I don't think. I mean, it may be possible. As much money as they were starting to lose. Some of the movies were just straight up tanking, and then the 2020 fraud virus happened, and so now they're definitely not making any money, or not much. I mean, they're losing hard. Hollywood's losing pretty hard, and so maybe they'll start rethinking what they're doing and start trying to, because it's very possible that a lot of this stuff may be a thing of the past. How many people are now like watching like this bullshit right here instead of watching TV anymore? How many people are like, not even going to movies anymore? Because it's not that much of a experience. People can put a big screen TV in their house with surround sound and just watch movies there. So if they're gonna watch movies, but the movies are pissing them off. So even if even if the movies weren't pissing them off, the movie theaters are going down. So it's like that's we're leaving an era. Like I'm not sure that we can revive movie theaters. That may not be possible anymore. And if they, sometimes I wonder if the people running this freaking world want us to they want us all locked down, right? Everyone's staying away from everyone. Social distancing to the max, Everyone lives in a little cubicle somewhere, and we only interact with each other through, like a video chat scenario right now. But 10, 15 years, holographic interaction. So you go on a date with your girl, and you're sitting by a hologram of her, and she's sitting by a hologram of you in another cubicle somewhere miles away. And definitely think they want to isolate us from each other. So don't let them do that. Don't let them convince you of any of this bullshit that they've been lying about over the last, nearly 2 years now. They're lying out their ass, and there's so many indications of that if people would just take the time to look and stop watching the news and stop listening to politicians who are liars. They're lying. Stop listening to that shit. Now it would be it'd be cool, because I used to go to the movies every week up until 2019, and then I started boycotting it because I got sick of like there was just so much bullshit being put on the screen. And I'm like, it's over. And then 2020 fraud virus hit and really solidified that deal. The boycott is on. So I don't know, but these online services, Amazon Prime and Hulu and all that shit. That's that may be where it's at going forward for stuff, but it's just so easy because people. You buy this membership because maybe there's just one show you want to watch, and then you find yourself, well, there may be a show, there may be a movie on there that you weren't going to go to the theater to see because you recognized it was crap, but since you basically already got it anyway, so you basically end up paying in for it. A piece of shit anyway, is what I'm saying. See, that's why Amazon, I think that's why they have it where, because if you want to, buy in a membership to get, like the enhanced delivery and stuff like that, it's part of the same package with the movies and TV and all that stuff. The video, it's part of the same deal. So, they're still getting their money from you, you know. But I don't know. Hopefully things change. Hopefully it goes back. I mean, because it's just how if things don't change, why'd I even bother thinking about developing this story, this you know this Star Trek series that's rattling around in here and in my computer and in some notes and stuff, and I mean, I like doing it, but I find that not wanting to spend I'm wanting to spend time on other things, like you know what might have been a slight possibility has become a near impossible thing, and so it's kind of taken out the excitement for it, if that makes sense. But anyway, I don't know how we got there. It's all kind of depressing, isn't it? But yeah, Tracy Coco is that actress there, Lieutenant J. She, I would definitely cast her. She's had a great run with Star Trek. Played so many characters. I would like to find. There's gotta be a list of all the characters somewhere. Better jump over here to Memory Alpha. If you're a real Trekkie, you know what that is. Anyway, let's see what they should have all that information here. Yeah. So, most visibly seen as Lieutenant J, regular background character on the Next Generation. I'd want to make her a very prominent character myself. Let's see, they're talking about she was a stand-in for the Borg Queen at some point. Filming on Voyager first season, the Phage. She was a stand-in for Jennifer Lean for a couple days on that. Okay. And stood in for Angela Dorman. Yeah, but where's the characters she played? She played one of the Borg drones. That was mentally damaged by Lore's experimentation. Yeah. DS9. She would be in Quark sometimes. She played an Antikin. I believe she played a Ferengi at some point. Has appeared in the Alien Bar in the 1996 video game. Oh yeah. Star Trek Klingon was the video game. That's just a schedule to perform. Was not filmed or was cut. Well, that sucks. She's just been so involved. Like, scheduled to appear. That's not the parts I want to see. Where is all the characters? I don't know which one that one is. Transformed into Ferengi. Well, that was during an event for Voyager. Cook. No, that was some Paramount event. Thought there were some other characters she played. Well, anyway, she deserves to have a more prominent character. Is all I'm saying. I'm thinking maybe an ambassador or something, but so anyway, I don't know. I could go on and on about Star Trek. I'm slowing down a little bit because I'm kind of tired. It's time to wind things down. So I don't know. So, anyone on, watching this later, there are some thoughts out there, or interesting, what things you liked, things you didn't like in Star Trek, or, things that you think might pertain to my story that maybe could, be of some, might fit. You never know. Like, there's just so much I haven't told, because I don't want to say too much at this time. So you never know. Like, something that an idea you have might work. Who knows? Yeah. Too bad Picard didn't, get some action with Lieutenant J, though. So, all right. Well, definitely slowed down. So, it's time to wind down and probably sleep. I don't know when the next time I'll talk about Star Trek. It's been a long time since I talked about Star Trek on here. A couple months, I think. Maybe 3. But who knows next time? Might be politics or some weird science shit. Not, I'm still trying to figure out things as far as, what I want to do. Like, I haven't really changed the way I live my life since I've, come up in this area and started a new job. Just have no reason to. I mean, why? Why rent a house? Why do I want to purposely trap myself in a box with the rest of y'all? Just sounds so tedious to me. some of the new people I've met up here seem they're like, they're asking questions about, because they see, they know now, um, that I'm a full time van life person, and so when first people don't know, like, why does he do this, and uh, so they've asked, they ask questions and stuff. And why does he live like this? One of my coworkers was like, so what do you do with your money? I was like, well, just because he doesn't know exactly what I make, but he knows that he knows that he knows what it is, and or roughly what it is. And so, like a typical American, um, thinks that that means that there's no reason why I shouldn't be living according to what he perceives as standard, the standard of whatever this, a standard of living. Yeah, I think a lot of people see a van lifer and think think they do that because they have to. Which there's plenty of people out there that they're living in their vehicles because they fucking have to, right? But the van life thing is real, man, and it has its benefits, although there are some detriments, right? So, like, I have not. I almost installed solar power on this bitch last year, but I chose not to do it because I think I might change to something else at some point. So I don't want to invest $15,000 in the, because if I'm going to do it, I'm going to fucking do it right. You could put far cheaper system on, but I don't want to put. Look, I mean, how much you think this thing is worth? If I put, look, because I was looking at and thinking, I was like, this is what I want, because there's some pretty cool systems out there, and like anyway, that would have like even been I would have even been able to run AC and stuff, like because I do have a like one of those portable ACs. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They, and you run a tube out the window, like, because I wasn't going to put no freaking window unit AC sticking out the back window like some people do. That just looks like, that's just ridiculous. But what this had, because these side windows, these smaller, cause it's pretty secure that way too, because it just runs that exhaust tube out one of the side windows, and then you have like a something like kind of like a AC, like your the slats. I don't know what to call it exactly, but so when it rains, it can't come in, and then blow out the side window for the portable AC, which is one of those that kind of, it's on wheels, but like you use them for small rooms and stuff. But you need electricity for that. You cannot you cannot plug it into your car, to like a cigarette lighter with an adapter and stuff. You can't do that. You got to have shore power, or put a serious solar power system on to run like an AC like that. But I got the thing. I didn't even use it this summer. I was like, I didn't even use it. But even though I had shore power and stuff, but anyway, where was I going with all this? uh, anyway, so why would I put, because I got a real good deal on this van. This is a 92 Chevy conversion van. Um, so it's like a mini camper is really what it is. Um, this, because it's not big enough. Like there, certain amenity. There's not a kitchen in it. There's not a bathroom in it. But um, but anyway, I only paid $2,000 for this stupid van. It was pretty good deal for what I got, and I kind of like that it doesn't have, it isn't like these newer vehicles and stuff. Like there's still a working tape deck and a cassette deck in this. I got cassette tape sitting over here. Check this shit out. You can have your damn newfangled bullshit. Um, um, what we got here? We got Aerosmith and Metallica. The Some Bitch Works. It's the original fucking tape deck. You keep your CDs or whatever. I'm not keeping up with how you guys listen to music. Although I don't hardly listen to this stuff anymore, though. Anyway, so how you gonna go put a $15,000 solar power system into a $2,000 van if you're not even sure you're gonna keep it for too much longer? So that's way off subject. Anyway, I mean, I don't know what the point is. Other than I think one of the things I was thinking about, because like the sciencey type stuff, like there's certain things with experiments that I would like to do that I can't really do them out of the van. So that's kind of an issue. So I need a place to do that. Now that place does not need to be a goddamn house. Could be like a shop or something. And a lab, and like there's some really cool experiments that I could be doing, but I need a place to do it. I can't do it in the van. And I'd like to have dogs again. Now there's a guy I see around here a lot. He's a van lifer, and he's got 2 dogs that live in his van with him. But I don't want to do that to a dog. I like a dog to have a nice big place to run and stuff. So I'd hate to. I don't know. I mean, his dogs seem fine, but it's just not. And it's a lot of dog hair and shit in the van. We don't need that. We don't need that. Brian and Chewy go hiking, stopping by for the final seconds. Old school, all still got all my cassette tapes in my double-sided pleather case. Yeah. Yeah. I've only got some of my cassette tapes here. The rest of them are in my cases in my storage room. So that's where all my belongings are. If they're not in the van, they're in a 5x10 storage building. Bigfoot Non says watching new Dexter episode. Awesome. Brian said, and Chewy Go Hiking says, yep, day off tomorrow. Awesome. Well, it's not a day off for me. I gotta go work and save the fucking world, I guess. And I'm getting less anxious about it. I don't know. I think I'm trying to figure out what it is. I think I've been experiencing anxiety. Like, I think I may have pretty severe anxiety. I try not to show it, but I just generally feel kind of freaked out in general for some reason. And starting a new job is a you know, surely contributes to that, and I just definitely feeling some in relation to that. Um, I don't like change very much unless it's like on my terms. So like I didn't. It isn't like I said I'm going to move to this particular little town here. This is just where I had to come because I work, you know, about 11 miles from here. And so whenever that happens, whenever it happens that I have to go somewhere new, it takes me a while to adjust to that. So I don't know. It's getting better, I guess. And of course, the state of the world is not fucking helping anything. Dan says, yeah, my cassettes are with the VHS in boxes somewhere. Yeah. Hold on to the old stuff, man. Sometimes some stuff's good to hold on to, I guess. Dan says Christmas depression. It's long before Christmas. It's been going on for a long time. So, I don't know. Just fight through it. I just think a combination of just the changes and stuff didn't help things. And the way that the, the fucking 2020 fraud virus and did not help things. I'm not scared of a fake germ that doesn't freaking exist. And I've tried to tell people it's not what they tell you it is. Most of these people, you just had the fucking flu. I promise you. That's all. You had the flu. They just called it something else to scare the fuck out of you, to convince you to submit to restrictions on your life, to wear, like the Jews had to wear their little badge, you have to wear a mask. Oh, yes, that connection is definitely appropriate. And of course, in Germany, people are actually wearing badges now. Like, say it's like Ken said, the Germans didn't learn shit from World War II. They didn't learn shit. It's happening all over again. And yes, there are concentration camps in Australia, even though a lot of Australians aren't aware of it. Their media is not telling them what's going on, and if they are brought up, they're calling them like quarantine camps or some bullshit. No, it's a concentration camp. People who are guilty of no crime are being imprisoned. So I better not go too much into that. YouTube will shut my channel down. Brian and Chu says, new job always can go that. I feel you. I hate change, set in my ways. Yeah. Or as my buddy over in the town I used to stay in, he always said that I'm a creature of habit. And he's fucking right. In some regards I am, you know. I mean, a change is fine as long as it's on my freaking terms. You know what I mean? It's like it's part of my plan. And if I want to do something different, you know, then that's fine. But if it's something I don't really want to do, but I have to because of, you know, a job or something. I mean, like you know, last winter we had that real cold. Really, it got really cold in February. I'm sure most of you are aware. And you know, I decided, well, you know, I've been through plenty of winters. There's been 2 winters where I had no heat. Didn't need it. I mean, people think they need heat, but you don't. Not really. Like if you take certain measures, you can live without heat just fine. It's not. I mean, you know, now if you think of, well, you know, like I'm at the gym every day. Well, that's heated. That's where I shower. So that's heated. But so in a way, I guess I did have heat. You know, heat in a way, is like as far as, you know, where I spend my time. Work's heated. You know, stuff like that. The library, a lot of time. I used to spend some amount of time in the library because I'd use their Wi-Fi and just go inside. But since the 2020 fraud virus happened, you know, going into the library is kind of hit or miss. You know, you know, this one here in this area I'm at now, you can go in here just fine. They don't have a big issue, but I guess some libraries still have issues with it, you know. But wow, on that one, I don't know what talking about the no heat thing. Yeah, that was no problem. Like how do I live without heat? Is that the wonder? I mean, I have heat now. I haven't. Well, I use the van. I mean, the heater on the van, of course, but beyond that, like I have a propane heater. If it gets really cold and I just don't want to, deal with it. But it hasn't gotten cold enough for me to use that damn thing yet. It's going to dip down in the 20s tonight, and I'm not going to turn on that heater. I don't fucking need that heater for 25 degrees. Let me see how cold it's actually going to get, because I haven't. Like, it's just 32 right now. And I mean, I'm wearing, this is not a thick jacket here, and I got a blanket. And if it gets really cold, then I just grab the second blanket. So I just need the 2 blankets, and I stay perfectly warm under 2 blankets. It's not, whatever. Yeah, it's just going to get to 28 degrees tonight. That's nothing. 4 more degrees colder than it is right now. That's nothing. But I'm used to it, one person of interest for people that wonder, Wim Hof, WIMHOF. That's his first name's Wim, last name Law. They call him the Iceman. He's got like 27, 28 Guinness, world records in relation to cold tolerance. Um, and he tries to teach people about that, how you have a lot more control over that than you think, but you never like taught yourself, and you never make yourself deal with cold, because every time you get cold, you put on a jacket or you turn on the heat, and so a lot of people now, a lot of people they haven't developed your ability to uh, to handle the cold, to make your to train your body to like just start maintaining heat better. So it's like you create a situation where you become weak in that way. Ancient man wasn't so um, lucky to have these conveniences, and they just had to deal with shit, and so their body just had to deal with shit, and just and handle it. And especially if you're of ancestry like me, Northern European descent, you can be perfectly comfortable in colder temperatures than you think, if you just stop turning on the heat every time you get a little cold, and trained. It's just like a muscle. You lift weights, and you get like killer guns like these. It's too dark to see, but um, uh, like fasting. Like if you're not used to fasting, your body's not very efficient at shifting over into the fasting mode. And your body's used to, every time you get a little hungry, or every time you don't have food, you just go get food. And so you never make your body like shift over into that mode where it's like, okay, well, there's nothing in my stomach, but that's cool because I got fat cells that I can just dive into, and I got plenty of nutrition there. Most Americans got at least a few months of food on their body. There's no reason why they have to eat 3 meals a day. But if they don't eat it, if they miss a meal, they get extremely hungry, and they almost like can't control themselves. They have to go eat, and because their body has never really had to shift over into that fasting mode, and go into the fat cells, and start just eating that. It it's not very good at doing it. It's gotten weak in that regard. It's like a muscle. You don't work out your muscles are weak. It doesn't have to be that way. It's just that it's a use it or lose it situation. But you can get it back. You can get back your ability to go a day or two without food and not like suffer at all. You can get the ability to tolerate cold better. Um, you can get strength in your muscles. Just work them. Um, so it's just not. Now I might turn the engine on here and throw the heater on for a little bit and then just go to sleep. But I'll sleep through the night with no heat, and it's going to be 20. It's going to get down to 28 degrees out here tonight, and it is completely not a problem. I'm perfectly good. So if anyone's worried, don't be worried. I've been doing this a long time. I mean, 10 years ago, when I was still living in a travel trailer, I the dog loved the cold and didn't like staying inside, but she had to stay inside because she barked too much at night and disturbed my landlord. So I had to make her stay inside. But she's a huge Great Pyrenees dog. She could bust the door open anytime she wanted, but she wouldn't do it if I kept it cold enough in the travel trailer. So I needed to keep it over 32 so the pipes didn't freeze, but um, I kept it. No, I tried not to heat above 40 degrees so the dog would be comfortable. And just throw in a couple extra blankets. I'm good. 40 degrees is nothing. It's nothing. And so that's that was just the way. That's just the way it was. No big deal. Um, it don't sound like fun to people, like tolerating cold a little better, or but it might be to their benefit if they did. Wim Hof, he doesn't just teach people about cold tolerance. He also teaches them how to, um, like a breathing technique, and how to take more control of your immune system. And he actually proved it with science, because like people were like, oh, this is bullshit, you must be an anomaly. He's like, I'm not an anomaly. He said, give me some people to train and I will train them. And then they proved it. Like every one of his students was able, I can't remember what they gave, they infected them with something and they were all able to defeat it. So just some thoughts. How to be a better, tougher human. And what if one day you don't have the conveniences, and you can freeze to death, or you can get your Wim Hof on and try to overcome it. Now, of course, there's going to be some limits. You can't just be, hiking across Antarctica and well, you might be able to do the hike, but if you stop to sleep, you better be able to insulate yourself really, really well. I don't know. I don't. There's. I mean, of course, there's limits, but under conditions like this is nothing. No problem at all. The new Dexter is awesome, Connor, says Scotty. I do the Wim Hof breathing techniques. Do you? So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I feel like I should do more with it, but I don't do don't do too much with it. But yeah. And we've gone way off on a tangent. This has been 4 hours, hasn't it? We totally missed Pine Island. Well, I totally missed Pine Island, but I might catch a replay here. Well, probably not tonight, though. It's getting late. Need to wrap her up, go to sleep. But yeah, so I don't know. So people on the rewatch, sorry we went on such a tangent, but hopefully there were some other things I talked about that were of interest to you. And as far as because I don't know, I'm thinking about trying to find some kind of, I don't know if I could rent a little cabin or something that I could use to kind of set up and do all the weird experiments that I want to play around with. I've talked about some weird science stuff on here already, like with water memory and stuff like that. So like the I don't think Icon came in tonight, but Icon, he's actually done some of the magnetic seed exposure stuff, and I want to do some of that for myself, and maybe try like through here, like show people like what the results are, and hopefully, more people become aware of what that is all about and what it can do. Um, Experiments with grounding, um, experiments with light, um, like the cold moonlight thing. I've been brainstorming on uh, designing an experiment that will help show more conclusively for people that are having a hard time believing it. Like, I don't like it when people just go out and just shoot a flare around their yard and say, "Look, see, it's hot here, it's cold there. There's your proof." No, we need some more. We need better. Like, that's not acceptable. We need better. So I'm going to try to do better at some point, as soon as I can. I just kind of need a place to set it up, and then of course find time. So if anybody's aware of any other areas that are some weird science type of thing that maybe I haven't thought of or encountered, because surely I haven't encountered everything. I mean, I've been down a lot of damn rabbit holes, a lot, but I haven't seen everything. That's for sure. I'd also like to try and recreate the anti-gravity device that Ken Wheeler has a couple of those, and so there's a lot of weird science stuff to do, and maybe some stuff that's not so weird, but I'd like to do some stuff. Shake a different tree there, see what falls out. But anyway, I thank everybody for hanging out that's been here, and feel like this was a more boring than usual. Maybe, I don't know. But I am going to wrap her up, and I will see you guys next time.